There we go. Got a little stretch. Go water. My voice is a little scratchy tonight. What am I kidding? My voice is always scratchy tonight. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Where are we? Where are we? There's the next thing. Goodness, that was loud. There we are. There's the right button. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello, standing. Hello. I hope you're doing okay as well. I'm doing all right. I'm doing pretty well. I'm glad it is almost the weekend. Thankfully, this week has not been as bad as last week was. It's definitely calmed down this week, which I'm very grateful for. I'm still tired, but I'm always tired, so no surprises there. I don't know. Yesterday, I'm glad I did yesterday. So it's stormy here. It has been raining like since last week, off and on, but pretty consistently. And then yesterday was rainy, and then the rain gave way to some pretty high winds. And I was looking out there, I'm like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna go for a run. So I did it. It was rough. It did not feel great. It was not my best performance, but I did 7 miles, and I feel good that I did that. Even if the rest of me afterwards was like, you shouldn't have done that. That was stupid. But yeah, I'm doing okay. It's been a pretty chill day. And let me finish saying hello to everyone. So hello standing, hello lurkers, and hello VOD watchers. Yeah, it's important to maintain, right? Like, I find one of the things that is the most important, at least for me, about exercising is consistently doing it, right? Like, if you start to fall off the wagon, it gets really hard to get back up. So just having a schedule and sticking to it, I think, just makes it less of a thing that you need to convince yourself to do. I feel like that's where a lot of people really struggle, is like convincing themselves, or like making a deal with themselves of like, okay, well, if we do the exercise, then we can have a burger or something. It's like, eventually you kind of just need to get into a point of like, well, it's time to do it. You don't really need to remind yourself or wrestle with yourself to do it. And I've been going for like, goodness, actually, yeah, because I started as part of the lockdown thing, because everyone was talking about, oh, we're all going to be stuck at home, we're going to get we're all going to get like 10 or 20 pounds heavier because we're not getting out and doing anything. I'm like, I'm already heavy enough, I don't need that shit. So I just started like playing Beat Saber and going for little runs and just increasing the time and going a little bit longer, a little bit farther. And that was 6 years ago, give or take. And it's been pretty consistent since then. So I actually feel really good about that. I was thinking it was 5 years ago. So like, no, wait, the lockdown was 6. Shit. Yeah, at this point, I don't know. I feel like the physical activity kind of just keeps me on a level basis. Just getting out of the house more, seeing where I live, like seeing my surroundings, actually sort of getting out and checking in, going on the different routes and sort of seeing how things are like changing week to week or month to month. I don't know. I enjoy it a lot. It's still very solitary, right? Like, I'm not in groups doing this or anything, but I still enjoy just being like more out in space and not just in my house, in my room all the time. So that's good. I enjoy that much. Um, yeah, honestly, aside from the run, it was a pretty chill day yesterday. I ended up talking with my roommate for a long time. I was gonna play. I almost played some Monster Hunter. Almost open Monster Hunter, and then I went downstairs. My roommate was there, and we ended up chatting for like 2.5 hours. And then it was bedtime. I'm like, well, never mind. Another time then. Another time. I do want to get back to Monster Hunter at some point, though. I think that'll be a. It's about time, and from what I'm seeing, it's in a really good spot. So I really want to sort of check in with that. Um, no Star Citizen patch yet, though. What I was seeing is so they have. I don't know the exact structure of it. I believe it is Evocati, and then PTU waves 1 through 3, and then all waves. So like all waves PTU is basically everybody can play it more or less, but it's not on the live server yet. It's still on technically a test server while we sort of clean up and refine and add things. So it's on wave 3 now. So I don't think it's going to go out this week, but I think there's a good chance we could see it launch early next week, and I'm really excited for that. I think it's going to be a fun patch. I think as with anything, you know, you have a big update, shit's probably gonna break. There's probably gonna be a lot of things that do not work right out the gate. Which, what you gonna do? Right? That's just kind of part of the process, I think. I think we just kind of, at this point, everyone who plays the game is just kind of used to that being the case. And it's like, all right, fine. Just whatever you gotta do. So yeah, hopefully get to play that next week. Might have a couple of friends that are interested in grouping up to do something. Trying to remember if there was any like news or anything that sort of came across my dashboard. Not so much. I feel like a fair amount of the like industry related news that I get at this point is sort of through a couple of sources and whatnot that I follow on Twitter. And I've been kind of trying to make a point of browsing Twitter less. Like I already wasn't checking it that much, but I'm trying to sort of continue to migrate more and more towards Blue Sky. You know, not just in terms of where I post things, but like mentally, where do I check? What site do I go to first? I'm trying to sort of wean off of Twitter as much as I can. And it does suck because there's some stuff that is on Twitter and I like it, but I don't like Twitter. So what you gonna do, right? Yeah, haven't seen too much going on, I don't think. I know there's a bunch of stuff going on with Valve, especially over in New York, but I'm just like, you know, I don't know. I don't enjoy drama, you know? Has Blue Sky gotten a broad audience yet? It's definitely not Twitter in terms of like sheer adoption rate, right? There's so many people that are on Twitter, and despite their best efforts, you know, it's very frequent that stuff like this, you know, people sort of get entrenched. They get comfortable with the platforms that they're on, the communities that they're in, and it's really hard to get everybody to jump ship together, right? So if you can't migrate the entire group, a lot of times the effort to migrate kind of peters off. It kind of falls off. So I would say Blue Sky has done a good job of sort of a slow but steady growth, right? And I think in some ways that's good because that's also given them some amount of time to sort of build tools and build policies as the population grows rather than have this massive spike and sort of have to react to that situation. I think regular, predictable growth is safer and easier to work around than, everyone coming in at the same time. And I know, when was this? This was right around when Twitter added the edit button, right? That someone posts a picture and then anybody can just edit it at will. Because that's not a privacy violation. Apparently right around that time there was like a big jump of new signups from Japanese users to Blue Sky of just a bunch of JP Twitter users were just like, nope. No, we ain't doing that. We're not okay with it. So yeah, I think over time people will sort of continue. I don't know if it'll ever completely overtake it, but frankly, to some degree, I kind of don't want it to. Like, yeah, I can't scroll my feed on Blue Sky as long as I can on Twitter. There's a lot more stuff to consume on Twitter. But my Blue Sky feed, in a way, is kind of more curated. Like, it's all artwork. It's, sometimes you get a few like little bits of commentary of people like posting about, things that they care about or whatever, and linking to things that they care about. But it's almost all artwork. It's all artists or streamers that I follow. And so, I get updates from them, or I get stuff that they've made, and it's a nice, just sort of, it's pleasant to consume in comparison to Twitter at large. And, I never like use the Discover tab on either. So I'm sticking to my garden. Hey, Gally. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. I hope you are doing well. I hate Facebook now. Everyone hates Facebook. There are so many people I know post their check-in occasionally. Yeah, because especially something like that, where it's people that you actually know personally, you want to check in with them. You want to see what they're up to, maybe respond and chat a little bit. And, that's one of the huge issues with Discord and all of the stuff that they've been doing and proposing. May or may not have gotten sire. Well, I hope they deserved it. Discord, like, imagine trying to get our server is not very big, right? But imagine trying to get our server to migrate to a new platform. If we decide like Discord is doing things, behaving, enacting policies that we are not okay with, and we decided as a community we are going to jump ship to somewhere else. But none of us are only on our community Discord, right? We're on other streamers. Oh, excuse me. We're on other streamers' Discords, and we're on gaming community Discords, and we're on other social Discords, and we're on promotional Discords, and whatever else, right? We're in all of these different places where we associate with different communities for different purposes. And so it's like, okay, well, this one community I'm in is leaving, but this other one isn't. And this one is, but not to the same platform as the first one. And this is getting really complicated. And, some people are just not going to make the jump. Some people will make the jump to a different platform, but won't jump to multiple platforms. It just gets so complicated. This person had to cover foreign work for 72 hours the 1 week. Yeah, that sounds like they're not doing their job. It sounds like you are doing their job for them. At which point, you don't really need them, do you? Well, hopefully it's a happy ending all around. I mean, probably not for the guy that got fired, but they should have been doing their job. So, I haven't decided anything on Discord just on the subject of that. I know some people have been talking about contingency plans and everything. I think right now I'm kind of in the wait and see mode of what they ultimately do enact and how bad it is. I'm back to 2 months for critical project people. Well, that don't work. I don't want to get too much into work business, but there are a couple people on my team that I'm just like, I don't know if you're doing your job. I feel like you could be doing your job better, and the fact that you are not is concerning. But nice, get yourself that bread, make yourself a sandwich. Congrats, Gally. Yeah, I did get some more model work done. Couple of things cleaned up on what I was doing before. I got some better sort of set up on the head motion. The hair still needs some mesh work. There are a couple pieces that I realized I missed, and there are a few things that I need to go back into Clip Studio and sort of clean up because they're not fitting together the way that I would like them to. Ooh, new bike. Nice. So that is progressing well. I haven't worked on any of the outfit stuff. I'm still just working on the body, but I'm finding a couple places like, okay, these are things that we do need to do and things that we don't need to do and things that will need to be cleaned up and resolved. So I think it's going well. There was one thing that I ran into of like, oh, that's really weird. I think it was a few things for the head that I had made that it seemed like they were fitting together really well, and then I started moving them around in Live 2D and went, oh, this doesn't work at all. So definitely gonna have to go back and sort of polish that up. You recommend Clip Studio over Krita? I have not used Krita. I'm trying to remember if I tried it. I know I tried Pink Tool Sai. I didn't really like that. A big thing for me, this is a similar thing that I struggle with on the 3D side of things, is, I had the software that I learned on and I'm comfortable with. And so when I was looking for a replacement for Photoshop, the question was really, which of you will let me basically do things like I know how to do them in Photoshop? Close enough that I can sort of adapt to whatever. And Clip Studio won out in that regard. It has a couple of things it's missing a few things in Photoshop that I like. It's got some things that Photoshop doesn't have, but the workflow is close enough to each other that I'm like, this works. This is good. Yeah, I don't remember if I tried Krita, but I think when I was sort of shopping around, the other ones I just couldn't really get to behave or have the same workflow. And so I was just like, no. Yeah, I know what it is. I just don't know if I ever tried to use it. Yeah, unfortunately, Blender is the same way on the 3D side of things of you're good and I appreciate what you are and what you're capable of, but your workflow is just so weird to me. I can't. I mean, what I would really need to do is dig into it, right? It's not faff about for an afternoon and be like, well, that was some good practice. No, I would need to sit down and effectively build a class for myself, right? And just work with it repeatedly. Like, you know, practice for a little while each day, multiple days in a row, and really ingrain the mindset. Yeah, I enjoy Clip Studio. Um, like I said, there's a couple of things, particularly on like the editing side of things, that I think it's not as good at. I don't like the text tool as much as I like Photoshop's. The masking is not as flexible as Photoshop's. The layer effects are not as good, but I think what is in there is quite nice, and I do like Clip Studio. Um, I think Psy is pretty good. Like, again, I just sort of had issues with it not doing exactly the thing that I wanted, but I think it was still successful for what it tries to do. There was another one. I'm trying to remember what it was. That, like, its whole sort of thing was really trying to replicate traditional media, um, which was not what I wanted. So I never went with it, but it was a pretty little program. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think any of the like well known or well established art softwares. I don't think any of them are bad. I don't think you can really go wrong. It's more just sort of a question of like, well, what is it specifically that you're trying to get? And you might use one for a while and then find like this is good, but I wish I had more control in this regard, or more functionality in this area. You might go shopping around again. Who knows? Who rightly knows? So yeah, I think the model is coming along well. I don't know about the June target. We will have to see. We will have to see where we kind of land on that. And unfortunately, I think it's kind of self-evident because we are kind of sort of technically, not technically, but colloquially in spring already, and we don't have a spring outfit. So it just seems silly to make an outfit for this model when we're looking at, excuse me, when we would just have to replace it or make changes to it and fixes to it in a couple months anyway. So I think what we'll probably end up doing is we'll have the new model somewhere in the summer. Maybe we'll don't push crunch. It's a good point. It's a good point. There is no reason to set a crunch deadline. I think at a certain point I will sort of get into a mentality of like, well, we're so close and I want to get this done by a certain time period. I will probably, I wouldn't say crunch on it, but definitely sort of lock in to get it finished. But yeah, it might be more of like an end of June thing instead of a start of June. And then we'll probably have not like a full-on outfit, but just like a couple of clothing pieces for fall, for autumn, right? Ahead of the Halloween outfit. Well, it's having fun with what you're doing, the product will be better. True. True, true, true. Yeah, like we were saying the other night, when something is made with fun and with passion, not made out of obligation or under stress, the result is better. It is true. Nah, I dropped my pen. Hang on. Oh! Yep. Um, and yeah, right now I'm sort of trying to just like get a little bit of it done each, not each day, but regularly. We're not gonna sit down and just like grind on this for 6 hours. I'll jump in and mess with some parameters or work on an art mesh or two. Just sort of a little bit of progress, and then I'll sort of get some momentum going and be like, oh, this is good. All right, let's polish it up a little bit more. And I do want it to look. I want it to look good, right? So the whole sort of you can pick two out of the three. You can do it fast, you can do it cheap, or you can do it well. And if I'm going to do it fast and well, then I'm going to spend a lot of. It would normally be money, but this would be like a lot of time per day on it. So if I don't want to spend a lot of time per day and I want to do it well, then it's going to take a while. It's going to take a little while, but I think it'll be worth it. I think it'll be nice to have something that moves a little bit better and just responds a little bit better, and it's just sort of reflective of my own leveling up over the time. Okay, Gally. I hope the meeting goes well. Hopefully it didn't just have to be an email. I'll see you later. Speaking of... Not speaking of meetings. God, I hate meetings. I feel like half the time I just sit in a meeting and just listen to people talk and I'm like, yep. Okay. Yep. That sounds like a plan. Could have just told me what the plan was, but no, I just had to. A lot of times I will multitask, right? One of the benefits of working from home is everything is a call. So, I might have my mic unmuted if there's something that I actually need to say, but I don't have the camera on. And so I'll just have like whatever my actual work is, what my task is. I'll just have that up and keep working while I listen to people yammer. I'm just like, yep. Okay. Doing my actual job right now. I don't know. It is important. It is important to make sure everyone is on the same page so that people don't do the wrong thing or do dumb things, but I'm always just like, we really need to spend an hour talking about this? I don't know. But the work for tonight, the plan for tonight is we have our walk cycle that we were working on last week, right? We got it into an okay place. It's got a little bit more personality than the walk cycle that we based it off of, but it's still a little generic, a little flat. It's got a few oddities to it, so we can clean those things up. But the thing that I really wanted to sort of do before we go into that is refine the plan, right? Because we've got sort of the skeleton of it built out, if you will, and now we sort of need to figure out what we want to do to really get the personality of the walk more built into it, more established. So I think we're actually going to start in Clip Studio and sort of work through a little bit of like storyboarding to sort of plot that out, right? So why don't we go ahead and jump on into that, and we will see what that has in store. There's the right button. So I grabbed the sort of 5-step walk cycle out of the Animator Survival Guide. I just pulled it off of the internet. And I thought this would be a good place to sort of start and sort of figure out what we want Jordan's non-book walk cycle to look like. So let's just start at 1, right? We'll start at the contact and go from there. So what we were working with before, right, is we had this. And I was thinking a little bit, because a lot of what we were sort of trying to do before was like a nervous walk, right? Sort of, how do you get her, how do you get that sort of uneasiness and nervousness and caution into the walk? And we, didn't want to have the arms sort of raised up too high like Scooby-Doo style or anything. But I think we do want a little bit of that. But the other thing that I was thinking of, the other thing that I thought might be a good sort of element to lean into was tiredness. Right? That, I mean, 1, it's the middle of the night. But 2, she's going through all this emotional stuff, which, as anyone knows, is just, it's exhausting, right? It drains your energy to be sort of mentally and emotionally struggling. So I thought it would kind of make sense, especially since this walk cycle is going to be used sort of immediately following throwing the book. Like, that's going to be a physical exertion, and it would kind of make sense if she's just a little bit done with it. It's like, now I gotta go get the fucking book back, and or do sort of whatever the follow-up action is. So I think the sort of lean forward still makes sense. But I think instead of, just sort of roughing out the shoulders here, instead of like these sort of hunched defensive shoulders, but just a little bit more like downward, a little bit saggier, still kind of like drawn inward, like drawn forward, but not so elevated, if that makes sense. I am just gonna sort of go over the 5-step here, just because I think it's fine to keep things, coordinated that way. The important part is this, the sort of difference in what is the posture of the character. How are we moving her around? We can sort of follow through each step and make sure that they make sense. Okay, so yeah, maybe not this far forward, because this is like completely rolling the shoulders in, especially on, whichever one is sort of drawn backwards. But if we sort of go like this, maybe we can sort of have the one risk with this is, like, if you look at the center point, right, the arms sort of need to pass through. So if we have the arms like starting position too far back, or too far forward rather, it kind of limits the range of motion that we can play with. So I was talking with my roommate about some of the like we were talking before about like the feeling of believable maps and authentic worlds and MMOs and sort of why some of the older games feel more believable and more real than a lot of newer games. And they made some very good points. But what we sort of got to a sort of mutual agreement on was a lot of the stuff that I listed out was almost more sort of symptomatic rather than the core of the idea or the reason for it. And my roommate put it very well that classic MMOs, classic games in general, but MMOs like Final Fantasy XI and Vanilla WoW and Ultima and old school RuneScape and whatever else cannot be replicated in the modern day because old games like those do not respect your time as a player. Right? In Final Fantasy XI, you're going to get in a group and you're going to spend 30 minutes getting your group together out wherever you're going to level, out where your party is going to camp, and you're going to be there for the next 4 to 6 hours. And that is just the amount of time that you need to play to successfully level your character and, get one step closer to level 75 or whatever the level cap is. Your party died because you overpulled or you didn't handle a monster correctly. Well, now you can all lay there until your death timer expires, shouting, hopefully someone shows up with a raise, or you can suffer the XP loss and go back to your home point and start the process over. Walk back out, takes another half hour, and get the group back together and start again. Right? Old games just did not respect that you were a person going about your daily life and you had shit to do. Like, if you're gonna be here, you're committing the time. And I have that happen sometimes with Star Citizen. Then I look at it as like, yeah, I want to play, but to run out and like do a more serious activity, not just like 1 or 2 bounty hunting missions, is gonna be like a 2-hour commitment. I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that right now. And you might say, well, that's a good thing. I like that my games respect my time and don't demand a lot of it from me. And to some degree, sure. The problem is that in a lot of ways, the respect from time has come in the form of removing friction. And as the friction gets removed, the challenge gets removed. Figuring out how to like be the most effective or overcome challenges. The game just makes it easier to do the game. And as that happens, you just wind up with a less guess, immersive experience, a less impactful experience. You know, a lot of the memories of playing games that I have come from overcoming particular challenges, right? The routine mundane events that I just can do 100 times without thinking about it, those aren't stories worth telling a lot of the time, you know? But the ones of myself or my party having, you know, these big moments and, you know, just getting out of the clutches of a wipe, barely beating a boss, or, you know, beating a boss that you've been struggling with for a long time. Those are the moments that you go, holy shit, this game is awesome. But, you know, these days, and I get why it is the way that it is, but a lot of times these days it's like, well, we don't want to present the player with things that they don't like, right? We don't want to. We don't really like how this is working yet, but we'll clean it up. We'll refine it. This one I think is going to be really important to understand what we're trying to achieve. Yeah, let's keep playing with this. Um, you know, because I think there is a real fear of, if we make this too hard, if we present the player with too much friction, they're gonna bounce off, right? They're gonna put the game down and they're gonna go do something else. They'll either play another game that's more comfortable, or they'll go browse YouTube or TikTok or Twitter, or, I mean, not Facebook, but, you know, they will just go do something else. They will not continue to play our game because they're not having a good experience with it. So there's sort of a mindset of, we just need to make our game effectively a dopamine hit just all the time, right? You have started to play the game and the game just continues to just pat you on the head and give you a good time. And to some degree that mentality is true, right? Because, you know, players will set the difficulty for the game at the beginning, and maybe if they are, you know, feeling like the game is too easy, maybe they'll push it up to the next difficulty level. But they will be damned if they drop it from hard to normal, or even worse, normal to easy mode. Fuck that. Absolute refusal. Most players would rather put a game down and never pick it up rather than switch to an easier game mode or an easier difficulty setting. I don't like where this is at yet, and some of it is just tracing over this basic walk cycle, but doesn't look doesn't look good yet. So what the survival guide is saying is that the arm should be the most out during this phase, during the sort of downward motion. But how do we get that to feel more expressive to her character? So, like, I think the idea of respecting time and friction they're not exactly the same, but they are interlinked with each other. Right? That if the game presents you with a challenge and it takes a while to accomplish that challenge, or you feel like you committed to even something as mundane as resource gathering, there is a sense of, yeah, I went and did that. Right? There is a value associated with, I committed the time and the energy and the focus to completing this task. And now I get to reap the rewards of that. Okay, I'm gonna copy this off because I want to try one thing with the arms. Or maybe, I mean, not just with the one. Let me see if I can find a little bit of reference for this. What am I looking for? What am I trying to do here? Yeah, I think just the general sort of like depth of emotion isn't going to be as broad. So I think the steps are going to be a little bit more conservative. And the arms aren't going to go quite as far out. You know, even if this is sort of the maximum of extent of how far they go, it's still going to be somewhat limited, right? Those, so yeah, just a little bit less. And so then if we go back to this one, sort of retract this leg a little bit. And that I think particularly works, right? Sort of having the weight more forward leaning. And just bring this arm back a little bit. Yeah, then we're gonna have this sort of rise back up and get into this weird sort of the pass-through position. The arms are sort of transiting each other, and the legs are passing off which one's in front and which one is in the back. Oh, let's go back to 2 really quickly. Just need to do that backfill for consistency. Right, so back up here. So yeah, both of the arms are going to be sort of in a similar position, right? And then this leg is going to be sort of falling behind now as she like, rolls onto the next foot. And this one's sort of, I think, you know, try and keep it sort of a little lethargic, a little tired, right? So she's not like raising her foot really high off the ground, but just enough to sort of get through the movement. Bring the top down a little bit just to try and keep the height a little bit more consistent. And now we have sort of the, I almost want to skip the up. I feel like there's sort of a like propulsion level to it that feels inappropriate, if that makes sense. Or like we can have it, but it's very subdued compared to what we have here, right? So she only gets like a little bit more altitude, a little bit of upright extension compared to the previous one. And we still have this sort of forward lean. Now this arm is starting to come out from behind. And this leg is just sort of starting to trail behind the other one. Or starting to trail behind her center mass. So we're not really lifting the foot up that much, right? Maybe getting a little bit of curl on the heel. And now the far leg is sort of getting into position to catch, but only, you know, that slight raise in elevation. Or let the hands droop a little bit. So we would just come back to walk 1. We can duplicate it out to walk 5. And then it's just sort of a matter of alternating, right? So now the dark leg is out in front. This arm is sort of out like this. And the shaded arm is in the back now. Let's get rid of our reference and kind of see how that looks. Let me check something really quickly. There's a Clip Studio thing somewhere in here. I guess it's this guy? Or no. Where's the timeline? There you are. I have never used this before, so this will be interesting. Frame rate. Sure. Yeah, let's do that. Scene 1. Okay, sure. Okay, I see how this is working. So each one of these needs to exist it's gonna sort of establish when it should be. So how do I move you? Okay, so I think we need to make like a keyframe for you. Okay, so I need you to be... No, I don't want a new folder. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I was trying to just like turn it into a little animation really quickly, but I don't know how to do that. Let me see if I can figure it out really quickly. Okay. Except for selected tracks. Be able to edit using keyframes, transform and opacity for sets with mask, disable editing. Make the camera work to beginning. Object selection tool. In the timeline palette, select the frame from which you would like the camera work to begin. So I guess we'll start back here. Select the interpolation method from keyframe interpolation in the timeline palette. Drag the handles of the 2D camera frame shown on the canvas. No, I don't want you to move it. Okay, I see. So the opacity is over here now. And then at 5, you can set it back up to 100. There we go. Alright, that'll work. So let's just grab each of these. And we're gonna go ahead and key them. And then at 4, we need to key you to be on. What's the hotkey for this? Is there one? There better be one. I just want to see kind of what this looks like, right? So then it's on, and then we set it off. Okay. And then 2. Needs to be off right there. And then you are back on. And then here, you are off. And then walk 1 just needs to be off by the end. Okay, we're missing. Where are we missing one? 1, 2. Okay, walk 3 didn't turn on correctly. There you are. You know, it's kind of not bad. I want to... Is there a way I can slow it down? Here, can we... How do I slow you down? I mean, I guess the other... No, it's fine. This is just a test, right? I don't know. It kind of works. It's kind of working for me, to be honest. I think what I'm kind of seeing... Okay, how do I disable the timeline so that all my layer visibility comes back? Is there a way I can do that? Okay, and now it's locked. Because the timeline has control over it. So how do I free stuff up to go back and edit? Audio track, adjust volume, keyframe view. Select the keyframe, add a keyframe, change keyframe, change interpolation, hold, move, duplicate, delete. So palette color, edit track. Here we go. Enable timeline. Perfect. And then I can turn it back on to test. Okay, so what I'm kind of seeing, you know, we are going through that. What I would kind of want to do, because I want a certain amount, I think, of cartoony animation, right? The characters are very stylized, they're very cartoonish. I think it would play to have the animation reflect that, right? We don't want a bunch of like true to life animation because it would feel very stiff on such, you know, stylized characters. Sorry, I'm just putting my hoodie back on. It's getting chilly. So, you know, I don't think. Let's just do a guideline here, right? Because we've got her hips. They're sort of going like this, right? And I think we actually did a pretty good job because these are supposed to be level with each other, right? You know, she kind of comes down low, comes back up, peaks at the up motion, and then levels out. I don't think we want this to go down much farther because she's gonna do that weird like Tex Avery cartoon thing where she does like that big saunter and that. No, no, we don't want that. We don't want that. I think it's fine to have this be about as level as it is. What I was sort of seeing while we were going through the animation there is I kind of want this to be more exaggerated, right? That like the walking is fairly level, but she's sort of not like drunk, but there's a little bit of like a lethargic sway to the upper body, perhaps a little bit more looseness that this sort of like exaggerates a bit more in its motion. So we can try doing that and see how that feels. So let's go back to 4. I think what that's going to involve is, right, okay, so the hips are about fine where they are. How do we want to do this? So I think the head and upper body, I think it's a little bit high right now. I think I made the neck a little bit long, but then we can take the head and maybe sort of have it like roll down a little bit. Maybe sort of have the shoulders and upper body situation sort of roll down slightly. Right, there's a little bit of like a trailing motion. Well, except that this would sort of be, it would be like delayed and it would be a little bit counter to what I want, potentially. But maybe it'll be fine. Maybe sort of having the right timing of it will give like a spring effect. Right, if we sort of bounce the body up a little bit more as she steps forward, but then let's like keep the head low. Yeah, I think the head motion, even perhaps more than the motion of the shoulders, is what I'm thinking, right? Like if we have this one be more level, right? As it's sort of like bobbing up a little bit as she comes down. Go back to this one. It's like a little bit down from that. And then, or no, like it would be a little bit up. And then as we get to here, it sort of swings downwards and starts to come back up through this motion. You know that feeling when you're really tired and you feel like you're just sort of dragging yourself, like you're sort of moving the center, but then everything that isn't important to getting the locomotion just kind of like flails around a little bit. It kind of ragdolls. I think that's sort of what I'm trying to get at with this. And sort of let the arms like hit a bottom point and sort of flatten out in the elbow. You know, this little sort of like bend that happens through the gut, through the midsection as she sort of hits the bottom and then starts to come back up. Right, there's a little bit of like a spring movement. Alright, let's see how that looks. A couple of minor tweaks, minor improvements there. Well, I'm not gonna call them improvements just yet. I need to see what we're actually working with. Well, there's a couple of things that I put on the wrong layer. But I think we are getting that kind of lethargic walk, you know? There's a little bit of that like loose movement that could almost be interpreted as a saunter, but just kind of doesn't have the energy to be deliberate. It's just kind of like, I think it's getting the right vibe. I think it's getting that sort of just trying to get through it vibe. And yeah, I think that like that movement of the head of it almost gives that feeling of like right? Just that sort of like just a little bit farther. Come on, keep going. Out of sheer frustration and determination. Not even determination, just like fuck it. I think it's definitely getting there. Just clean up where the stuff got put on the wrong layers. Hello? Oh, something got weird. What did you... Oh. Oh, okay. Did you... Yeah, you lost all your keyframing. Well, why the fuck did you do that? Go to 2. And turn it off. And then we gotta go back up to 3 here. And turn it off. Get to 3. Turn it on. Get to 4. And turn it off. I like it. I think that works. I I think like the range of the motion feels pretty good. Okay, I want to try one more thing. Just cause like the watching it sort of go from across the screen feels pretty good. But just as sort of a final sanity check, I guess you might say. I saw there's onion skinning. Does this work? Not really. But we can eyeball it. Chat, I think it works. I think that's got personality. I also like that little bit of like a lurch forward. Like it's not a smooth walk, right? It's not a continual even movement. There's kind of like there's a little bit of a fall forward. There's a little bit of a force part way through that it sort of gets that continual feeling of like forcing the motion that I think is really important. And even though we only animated one side of it, it feels nice and continuous. It somehow fakes the movement of it pretty well. Okay, I like that. So, with that established, now we can go over here. I'm actually gonna move this window. Actually, no, let's move Clip Studio. So I'll put that over on another window. And we're gonna figure out, gonna remember where I put my flippin' animations. Not you. I need to organize some of these folders better because they are clearly not working. What is this? Okay, that's not what I wanted. Is it this? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so okay, good. So we got a nice distance on that. Let's go back to the first frame. Don't do that. Why is the skeleton green now? Okay, So, I'm gonna start at the beginning. And we're gonna have to do a little bit of cleaning up, right? To sort of make sure that the feet are stepping in the way that we want it to, and all of that. But, I think there's a couple of things that we can do here. So one, do world space. So let's sort of pull this back a little bit. Or no, maybe don't pull it back. Let's try and pull her weight forward. Yeah, this foot looks a little weird now. Well, so if we're just distributing the weight that way, did we actually accomplish anything? And I would say no, we didn't. Okay, come on, rotate it down. Just gonna sort of move this up. Or keep the arms, nice and relaxed, kind of low energy. It can be, I think the position's about right, just maybe a little bit more backward. Then take this guy. I'm just gonna raise it up a little bit. Let's move you back more. I think I'm sort of, we've got sort of like two sets of motion, or two sets of controls to move the feet around, and I'm kind of committing to one of them. There we go. Yeah, this can be a little bit more forward. This can be a little bit more back. Let's actually maybe grab both of them and just kind of go like... Oh, don't do that. Oh, don't do that. Oh, don't do that. That was the wrong control. I'm sorry. Yeah, that looks alright. Okay, and then I think the real sort of seller of this whole thing. So one, I think we can have the shoulders rolled a fair way forward. I'm not going to have sort of broad motion of the shoulders. I'm going to sort of say neutral, slightly withdrawn, slightly hunched. And then the head, let's keep it, so at this stage should be fairly level because we're sort of part way through the motion. Okay. So now we're just gonna grab all of these fellas, right? I wish there was a faster way to grab everything. Because we need to copy our starting position to our end position. Right, the pose is a little bit different now. We need it to line up cleanly. So I'm just gonna grab all of these. And we are going to paste. Okay, so then moving ahead. So that's our contact point. And then we're kind of... So that's the next contact point. So yeah, we're kind of... Maybe that's part of where we're losing some of the feeling. So we have contact, pass through, and then contact on the opposite leg. Pass through, contact, and that's, you know, one full cycle. So we don't have the bottom out and the top out in this motion. We don't have that level of fidelity yet to sort of hit that experience. So let's go to our frame 3 here. Because that's going to be our pass through. So right there. Okay, so a couple of things that we can do. So first things first, let's move you farther back, right? You want this sort of like dragging feeling that the foot isn't quite ready to catch her yet. The arms. Both be a little bit more in front of her, a little bit more slack. And then the hands, sort of rotate them inward a little bit and just sort of have them be a little bit more languid. Don't do that. So yeah, this one will be a little bit more in front and this one will be a little bit behind, but only just. And then the head, we're gonna sort of be at the low point or on our way. No, this is gonna be sort of getting to the low point. So that's gonna be down a fair ways. And then we grab the neck control. And sort of have that bob forward a little bit as well to hold balance. Okay. Might be a little bit too much, but we can always tone it down if it feels like she's going too far with it. We're back at the start. And then, yeah, so she's going up too much. Let's see if we can't get her to be more level at this point. And we'll have right about here should be the full extension where she hits her full height. Keep all channels and properties when only one of them changes. Yeah, keep key the change. So if we drag it up, does that make a key? Yes, it does. So yeah, sort of a similar thing if we go to key 4 now. This leg should be forward, but not that far forward, right? And the foot is like sort of coming up to catch, but it's still kind of like just getting above the ground. Maybe like that. We can bring this one up just so it doesn't clip quite so far. And maybe roll it back just a hair. And then we can come back here, and that gives us a little bit more room. Extend this upward and drag this in. So let's just grab this and we'll just sort of drag it into like the yay far. It's very spazzy for some reason, but starting to see it, arguably. Right, so yeah, then if we come back to here, we want this to be our frame 2. This is going to be kind of the low point where she hits the bottom of the stride, so we can drop her down just a little bit. This guy, yeah, see, that needs to plant there, so we don't want to move that too much. So this guy, I think, needs to roll farther forward. Well, I say that, except, yeah, okay, that kind of works. Like, it kind of dips a little bit as she impacts her foot. Kind of dig it. Okay, so that arm's forward. So yeah, right about here. Grab the head. Grab all of these and kind of have you go like that. Can maybe sort of have the spine uncurled just a smidge. Whoop. Don't do that. Okay. And then I guess the rise is gonna be, yeah, right there. My timing is getting a little out of whack. So if it's there, so by the time we get back to this position, essentially we need to be, the head needs to be back at this level. So that's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So right here on 15. Let's just move this along, right? So yeah, I think this is a little extreme. But what we can basically do now is sort of copy this sequence. And then we're at 30. And we just copy it again. And then we're at 45. And we copy it again. So yeah, it's a little bouncy. It's a little overly ba-dum 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 ba-dum. Though I like to see that the hair physics is finally working. It's nice to see the hair physics actually doing something. So I think if we just sort of take these top points, sort of level it out a little bit. How's that look? It's starting to get somewhere. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we sort of started in one of them and we haven't resolved past part of a single cycle, but it's starting to do something. And we can sort of do the same thing here. Where is our tweening control? There we go. Let's just grab all these guys and we can sort of go like this. Smooth it out a little bit. There we go. Yeah, it might still be a little bit much. Yeah, the little secondary motions that we get from the hair physics and whatnot is definitely going to help make it feel more alive. I think before the head was so stationary that the nothing was really sort of triggering the motion of the physics. So I'm not pretending that this is good yet, right? We still have so much to figure out and resolve, but you know, just sort of trying to like get the right feeling in each frame that we just sort of sketched up. Yeah, I think I want to grab these two, just pull them down a little bit more. Obviously, we don't want to hyperextend the elbows or anything, but just sort of get that like languid droop of the arm. Okay. So let's do one more. Or no, yeah, we're gonna go back. We're at 8. Right? So yeah, full extension, that's gonna be 4. So one of the arms needs to be more forward, and this one is gonna be just sort of coming out behind the back of the body. Like this. Let's grab these guys. Just gonna curl them inwards a little bit. Or get that line of motion. Motion? Motion? A little more consistent. Lean forward a little bit. Yeah. Like, hasn't quite lifted off. The heel hasn't quite lifted off, but it's thinking about it. It's getting there. And then we get to frame 15, which is the step on the far side. And we're sort of back to where we were initially, right? We're gonna sort of keep that where it is. We're gonna lean it back a little bit. See if that works. Already ease that out. And then now this arm, we're gonna do not quite so far forward. We already resolved, or we copied the head over, so we don't need to sort of check through that again. Hopefully, it maintains a level of consistency that we can be happy with. Alright, so let's just cut this down to frame 14, frame 15, and see what that looks like, what if that feels good or not. Sorry, do the same thing as we did in Clip Studio. Okay, so there's something wild happening with the feet that we are definitely going to need to resolve. Unfortunately, we're not really like faking the motion here, I think, as well as we were able to in clip. The feet movement, like just sort of tracking the feet, I think actually works surprisingly well. I think the head is bobbing too much though. I think the head is bobbing too much compared to how much the rest of the upper body isn't moving. Okay, first, let's figure out what's going on with the legs. Why are they not working for us? Why are they misbehaving? Where is that weird glitchy motion coming in? Oh, that doesn't look right. You see how the red leg, like, it's going forward and then it cuts back? There's your problem. There's your problem. Okay, so that didn't cause the trouble though. Let's go through each of these and figure out sort of where we're running into problems. There you are. Okay, go ahead and get rid of this guy. Yeah, it looks like we just had a bit of keying happen that wasn't supposed to. Other leg looks fine. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so I think what's kind of happening now, right, compared to what we had before, right? Like, let's go back and sort of review our our sketch, right? I think there's two things that's kind of happening. One of them is a little accidental, right? That the way that I just sort of position the frames gives that little bit of forward lurching motion, which I like. Um, I think that's reflected in the little bit of like upward motion that she does, but also in the way that the shoulders kind of throw themselves. Right? There's that little bit of like exertion. Particularly, I think it's in like between frame 3 and 4. Like right in there. I think that is sort of the main thrust of action. And then 5 is sort of, you know, you got that little burst of energy and it's already gone. I think we're not quite at that level yet. I think the motion that we have going on in Unreal is still a little bit too smooth. It's a little bit too even from end to end. So how do we get that? Think it's close? I want to say it's close. How do we get there? That's the big question. That's the $1,000,000 question. So we're at frame 3 right here, right? Sort of the wind up before the exertion. What's the head doing at this point? The head is sort of part way through that. As it goes up. Okay. So yeah, I think we've got a couple of things that are actually operating opposite of what we want. So like notice how the back, right? We've got all of our spinal controls here, the yellow boxes sort of wrapping around her. Notice how they're straighter here, right? As we go into the windup. And then as we go into the exertion point, they curl. So that movement is actually happening too early, and it's kind of arresting the motion that we actually want to have. Right, so we're in this part. And here, where we want to have the most output, we actually want them to go this way. And then I think this would sort of balance by pushing her forward. Right, so sort of as we go into this low point, we're gonna want to go back through here, sort of curl them. This is the point where they should start to spin inwards. When we get to the pass through, they're going to be sort of the most retracted, loaded. I'm not sure what exactly the right word's going to be. Let's try that. Damn it. Wrong frame. Gonna pull her back a little bit, rotate slightly. As we get to this pass through, what's your Y location looking like? Yeah, so at this point should be the most. So this one should actually be like in the middle, right? This is the pass-through point. Howdy, Tishel. Happy Thursday. It's going okay. We did a little bit of like sketching to sort of plan out a walk cycle, and now we're sort of trying to get it to actually do the motion that we have in mind. But we have something resembling a plan, which definitely helps a lot. How are you doing? Yeah, I do. There's a little bit of something that I do like, that rather than sort of the up portion of the walk cycle being vertical, it's more forward. Right? That rather than sort of gain height, she's gaining forward energy. I do think that's kind of working. Right there. Yeah, we seem to have gotten through a lot of the rig issues. Thankfully, finally. The fact that we can actually sort of plot these things out and everything behaves the way that we expect it to is a miracle. So yeah, we have that position. Okay, so yeah, the z-axis is there, and then it comes up a little bit. So let's level that out, or even a little bit of a dip, just a bit, right? And then as it passes through, it's already at full height. So let's bring that back down so it's just up a little bit, just a little bit, and then really comes up for the extension before falling off. See, it's getting there. But I want to take, so I want to take this, I want to take these. I think we're just gonna have to resolve the arms in a minute. It's like, I don't think I can grab all of these at the same time. So we're just gonna take our body control. It seems like she's just getting a little bit too low to the ground. So I just want to extend her up, like, across the board, so that that leg can sort of hit its full extension like we really want it to. I think she's just kind of stooping lower and lower. It's making it a bit hard to get her where we actually want her to go. I mean, yeah, now she's kind of off the ground, so we might have overdone it, but sort of move it there, and then we'll resolve the rest of it. So, foot control. Kind of freaked you out a little bit there, I'm sorry. But if we bring it back more underneath her, I think that starts to get it where we want. And then you will come back like this. Yeah, so let's actually have this come like all the way up. No, just that one, please. Okay, so that looks pretty good. And then we go to the next one. Frame 10. Not 11? Yeah, see, we're getting some freaking overlaps again. Getting these annoying, like, stepped effects that I do not care for. Here, let's go ahead and clear all of this out. We go to frame 11 where this should be. And you can be like that. Okay, the arms are broken, but there's that little bit of the lurch motion that might be a bit too quick. But I kind of like it. We might need to slow the timing down. Let's just bring it down to 24 FPS and see how that feels. I feel like there's a way that I could do this cleaner. But what you gonna do? What's more cozy? Walk or stroll with music or having a warm brew? Hmm. What do you think, chat? I guess it depends a bit on the music. I feel like both. I feel like either one could be more cozy. It's very dependent on the context, right? Howdy, Sonic. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. Hope you're doing well. Like, I don't know, if it's a cold, rainy day, just sort of sitting inside with a nice coffee or a tea, doing stuff, or just sort of watching the weather. Super cozy. But I don't know, like going for a walk when it's a little bit crisp out. Ooh, morning in the spring. Listen, sometimes you just gotta loaf. See, I feel like if it were a morning thing, then I would definitely go for the warm brew because I am not a morning person. I don't like going out and doing stuff early if I can avoid it. I'm still getting some hyperextension of the arm here, but I do think it's looking better. What in the world? We'll go like that. Yeah, that looks better. Can just sort of drag these guys down for now. Go out to frame. Apparently 49 is the last one. There we go. No, don't do that, please. There you go. Okay. Hmm. I feel like it's almost working. I feel like we need to see it do a full cycle, which means that we need to essentially take what we've done and extend it out to frame 30. Let's see if we can't do that. What I'm actually gonna do, just for the sake of my own sanity, we're gonna take all of our existing work and we're gonna bin it. So everything up to, yeah, so let's just take everything frames 1 to 15. We're gonna copy it at 15. We're gonna extend out to frame 29. So, oh, but why did you? What am I missing here? Who did I not grab? Oh, a bunch of you. Well, okay. That kind of throws a wrench in things, doesn't it? Alright, that's fine. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit in here I didn't do. Okay, yeah, so let's just get rid of all of that. And we're gonna copy everything from frames 1 to 15 and paste it at frame 15. It's behaving weirdly though. Like, this is not copying correctly? Except it seems like it is. Weird. Well, so we know why the feet aren't working the way they're supposed to because we just copy pasted it, right? So on 15, this one needs to be back. About as far as we can get it. And then this one needs to be forward. Like this. I feel like I'm not doing this in a good manner. But it's okay. You know what would probably also help would be to actually rotate the hips, respond to the motion of the character. That would be a good idea. Get that figure eight going. Or no, other way. Or no, I had it right. Okay, so blue, red, and then you're tripping up and going backwards. Why are you going backwards? I think I made this worse. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I see what I did. I fucked up. I shouldn't have done it this way. I have made things considerably more difficult than they needed to be. Hmm. Yeah, I should have just done an entire cycle all the way through. Now we're gonna have to do a bunch of deleting and revision to make this run smoothly. Well, shit. Okay, so then we go through, and that passes to there, and then that comes back like that. And now... Chad, I fucked it up. I made a real mess of it, I did. Where's the toe control? Not you. Where's your toe control? You should have something here. There you are. Goodness, you are getting just completely lost in there, aren't you? Oh, just the way that I was trying to copy this over from one side to the other just caused a bunch of issues. I ended up destroying more work than I preserved. So we're kind of having to figure it out again, but it's okay. It's good practice. That's what I'll keep telling myself anyway. Okay, so she's a little bit off the ground right now. No, she's technically on the ground. That kind of works. Okay, she's still doing a little bit of a shuffle in there, so we gotta figure out where that's going. I think it's these guys. Well, wait, hang on. Not be hasty. Right, so leg comes forward, leg steps back. Yeah, so it does a weird kind of thing where, like, the overall motion of the foot is more or less correct. But, like, the height of it is wrong. It's not keeping itself planted the way that we would expect it to. So let's break this down channel by channel. That seems fine. It's actually fine. Yeah, that one I think is not correct. Okay, so what frame is this gonna be? I'm pretty sure the foot needs to be sort of planted, giving us our forward liftoff momentum, like so. And then this one gonna be up, sort of curled back, ready to sort of launch forward. And it's gonna be sort of all the way, already on its way out slightly. Yeah, and then this is gonna be partway through this. Okay, I think that should be a bit better. Play, please. Okay, better. There's some weird jittering going on. What are you doing in there, kid? Trying to figure out where it is. I think, is it this channel? That doesn't really make sense. No, that's the rotation. Yeah, it must be the Z motion. Right? Yeah, that. What is that? Where is that coming from? Where are we getting that weird curve where like it's going and then it aborts? This guy? Location X. I wouldn't do it. What are you? Rotation. Hmm. Oh, there it is. Get. God, this looks awful. I made this so much worse. I made this so much worse than it has any business being. Chad, I fucked it up. I hope I will. I mean, yeah, a lot of it is just sort of figuring out the do's and don'ts and everything. It's just annoying. It's like, we had it for a minute. For a second, it looked good. And now it's like, oh no. Okay, that seems fine. Okay, and then the Bluefoot. So the Bluefoot plants and holds through. And then, so was this gonna be halfway through? So frame 22. Sure, 23. It goes up. Okay, so right here, something is like pressing it back down, so it's not elevating the way that it's supposed to. It's this frame. When we get to frame 23, which is going to be sort of the pass-through point for these guys, you need to be more directly under the weight. And yeah, that can kind of trail. And then out to 26. Keep you a little bit closer to center. Yeah, now that's starting to get out there. And then we catch. Okay. I think the feet are looking better. They're a little jumpy, I think is the thing. So let's turn tweening on. If we go out here, what does this do? Okay, so yeah, that goes like that. Let's bring that back a little bit like this. So watching the motion, I think on either side, we're gonna take this. And we just need to sort of bring the Y value up a little bit. I think the foot's just a little bit too far back and it's giving her almost like a sense of a limp. And then if we go to this one, How much more can we extend that? A little bit. How's that feel? More balanced. I think that's better. Now the shoulders and the jittering, shuddering it's causing in the arms is definitely throwing a lot off. I don't like where that's at. Also, one more thing. The toe on the red leg right now is like super duper extended in a really unflattering way. So let's kind of extend this leg out to mirror what the other one is doing. And then we need to come in right here, you. And we need to relax the toe. Sorry, double check that as we go through. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, conversely, this one starts out level and then sits pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Okay, that looks fine. Okay, let's get up there and figure out these shoulders because we have made a mess of them. Okay, so is it not the clavicle controls that are causing the problem, is it the arm controls? They do seem to be a little all over the place. Something is fucking with it. Alright, let's go through this channel by channel and see. Oh yeah, that'll definitely be a problem. The start and end positions here have nothing in common. Here, let's just do this way. So we're gonna grab everything from frame 0 and paste it into frame 30. We'll do the same thing for the other one. Copy frame 0. And paste frame 30. Alright, so that should help. Except for that part where it looks like her freaking arm got mauled and she's just dragging it behind her. But we can fix that. Let's figure out what's going on. Let's break it down. Okay, so Y. So the Y position needs to come forward and it starts that, but then it just kind of doubles back. So if we bring it like that, oh, I'm on the wrong hand. Oh yeah, I think this is gonna be doing the same thing, right? Yeah, so let's just delete that. So then it comes up, but it's not going as far as we want it to actually go. Let's go ahead and extend that motion all the way out. I'm just trying to figure out how far we actually want it to go. Okay, that's why I kind of did the double back. Never skip arm day with the big book to carry around. True. Though, you don't want to lift with your back, right? Okay, so we're getting closer. Now we can sort of start to go through So correct this on a more situational basis. It's doing... I hate when we get into this sort of, oh, it's breaking in between the keyframes. Well, why is it doing that? You know? Something else is putting influence on it. I don't necessarily want to start subdividing yet. Why is she moving like that? Oh. Okay. It's kind of the spine's fault, it seems like. So that's gonna be... yeah, location shouldn't be moving the roll. Okay, so yeah, spine 1 seems to be doing okay. Spine 4 and 5, I think, are not moving the right way. So, like, at the starting point here, the left side should be forward, and then it should be her left side, but it hasn't done that. Yeah, see, it's like doubled back. So it should be at 4 when the other side is at -4. And then this, we can move up to 0. And then you can be 0. No, not the whole thing. Goodness. There, so we move that up to 0. And then let's do the same thing for 5. This should be up at +4. Or thereabouts. Okay, it's a little bit better. It's still... there's still a lot about it that isn't doing the right thing. I don't think it's all in the spine. What are you doing? Why is this arm hyperextended like this? Let me check my frame really quickly. Okay, so if we go back to 1, yeah, so this one should be just a little bit behind. It doesn't need to be too far. Okay, wait. But if we go back here, yeah, so that arm is back. The shoulder is back with it. Perhaps maybe a little too much, but, you know, it's fine. And then we come up to frame 15. This one should be more forward. Except I did that on frame 14 because I'm an idiot. Okay. And then what channel is this? Yeah, the roll is just doing some crazy doohickery that I don't think it should be doing. I'm just looking at these. I'm like, how did you get like this? What did I do? What did I do to upset you so? And it seems like a lot of it is just frames left over in places. It seems to kind of be the biggest offender. Good, good, good. Alright, so now we're kind of back to everything operating off of a limited number of frames, which I think is what we need to see, right? I think we just kind of need to simplify. Like everything. I don't want to go in and just sort of delete frames arbitrarily, because some of them are probably actually serving some purpose or another. But like, this I think has gotten too complicated. We're gonna delete that, we're gonna delete that, we're gonna delete these guys. We're gonna delete. Okay, so good. Weird, don't like it. Okay, so what are you doing? So you go back a little bit, and then as she comes forward, you launch. Okay, so that one actually makes sense. So let's get rid of this, and let's get rid of this just to simplify it, but this sort of back and forth does make sense on a step-by-step basis. And then this one also, I think, makes enough sense, though I'm gonna level this out to here. Roll. Pitch. Should be, this is in between frames 1 and 30. And the yaw, same deal. Okay, Good. Hips, not really doing anything. Foot is all over the place, which is kind of to be expected, except we have this weird thing happening. We just got a weird, like, leftover frame for some reason, so I don't know why that's there. Okay. Good. Hips tangent control. That's tangent control. Okay, so we're not really doing anything with those. We got the spine, which is doing a couple of weird things, but nothing too egregious, I don't think. Clavicle seems fine. Hand is at least rolling consistently, more or less. Yeah, neck is being a neck. Head. Chest. Good. Body offset. Thigh. Well, this shouldn't matter because you shouldn't be doing anything anyway, but I'm just gonna delete all the FK frames there just because that shouldn't have picked up anything. Just to make sure it's not causing unexpected results, right? Okay. Yeah, I think it seems fine. Okay. So yeah, we still have a couple of issues. And I think the big thing that we're sort of running into right now is, I think a lot of it is in the spine. Like if we look at the legs by themselves, I think they're doing okay. But I think we're getting a weird hyperextension from the way that the back is moving. And then the head is also sort of like cocking in a strange way. So I think something is off in the timing of the back. So let's go in there and figure out what's what. And if I had to put my money on it, I would guess it's this roll value. Alright, let's do something kind of dumb. Well, okay, let's not delete the frames, but let's level out the frames. Let's sort of take the extremities of it. We're just gonna smooth everything out. 5. Then we're gonna grab this, then we're gonna grab that, then we're gonna grab that. Okay, yeah, that seems fine. But yeah, now we're in that annoying spot where between the frames, arms are hyperextending. So I think we just need to go ahead in here. Grab these two. Let's pull them up a little bit. And then same deal in here, so that was 23. Let's relax them. Okay, so the head's still going a little crazy. But we're getting rid of a lot of the sort of scuffy, rough movement, right? Okay. So the good news is I think we've gotten rid of a lot of the sort of not functional parts of the animation. The bad part is that in doing so, I think we lost a lot of the feeling. And now we need to figure out how to sort of reintroduce that in a way that looks good. As opposed to what we had, which looked terrible. I'm gonna go ahead and save it now. Like, I'm not happy with it, certainly, but why do the bones keep changing color? I don't get it. Okay, so let's go back. Let's backtrack a little bit. So we're gonna go to frame. So right now we've got 30 frames, right? The frame 0 is there. Frame 8 is our pass-through. Frame 15 is the contact on the other side. So we're looking at frame 3. I think the arms are in about the right position. The leg feels a little bit too bent compared to what I want. Seeing what different motions will kind of allow for that. If we pull her up just a little bit. Maybe rotate forward just a little bit. Okay. And then we go to frame 11. Probably actually move this up to 12? No, I think 11 makes sense. So if we move it, that's where it gives her that slightly forward lurch. Alrighty, Tishel. Appreciate you coming by. It's good to see you. I hope you have a very good rest of your week and start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Level it back out there. So yeah, frame 11 is kind of, in some ways, the most extreme position. Sort of move this so it's more directly under her body, right? I'm trying to figure out how to get that sort of curve of the spine that we were messing with before. So I feel like that we definitely lost. So like in this section, this frame is when it would be the most contracted. I think particularly between spines 2 and 4. We can sort of pitch that forward a little bit. And here I think is the problem. If you look at the graph, you see how us sort of adding this roll in causes it to spike like that? So it's not a fluid motion. So you need to go back here and sort of cause more of an ease in. Particularly this one, I think we're not getting that sort of roll into the motion. Right? And then it sort of hits its apex. And then as the leg passes through, it can sort of snap back down. Right? And then it sort of eases out on there. And then it would do the same thing over here. Now the question, why did it behave like that? It might be easier just to do this manually. I was trying to copy paste the values to get parity, but it doesn't seem like it wants to do that, so fuck it. Alright, better. And then right here, we can maybe roll it back just a little bit so it's got more of like a bowl. It doesn't sort of hit that slide and just kind of go down, you know? Also grab these two because the control bars are level, and let's auto them just to see if it changed it at all. And kind of go like that. And then spine 4, gonna do the same thing. Just create a little bit more of a natural dip. See what that looks like. So yeah, it's more subtle than I think what we had in our storyboard, but we're getting a little bit of that kickback, right? A little bit of that like curl to the spine that then sort of like unfurls, tries to sort of push forward a little bit. I think we can push it further. As we go through here, we can maybe roll this a bit more as well. Balance this out. Roll like that. Okay, that's a bit better, I think. And now, so there's two things I'm noticing. One, there's a little bit of a pop in the leg. Like right about there. I definitely want to sort of ease back a bit. So that might just be relaxing the foot control slightly, just so it doesn't hyperextend quite so bad. Especially since we want the front leg to be the one that sort of locks. The back leg can be a bit more relaxed. But maybe it's the knee. I wonder if the knee controls are doing weird things. No, it's holding well. Are you doing weird things this way? Not particularly. Where are we getting that odd behavior? Location Z. Okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, you're doing something weird in here I don't care for. Location 1? There you are. Okay. Yeah, so I think I put this in here to try and correct the position of the foot. But I didn't, it doesn't actually like work quite. It adds an unnatural stop. Like the foot kind of falters in its motion. There we go. That feels more natural. Okay. So, the last missing piece to sort of get back to the animatic that we had is the head is back to just kind of floating very level, like some kind of bird or something. And Jordan is not a bird. Seed is a bird. That's Seed's job. So, I want to try one thing. Go back to frame 0. I just want to see if this is gonna work better for us. I want to try using the IK neck. I don't know if the IK neck is actually working the way that it is supposed to, but we can certainly try it. So, let's start at frame 1. So it's gonna be kind of down like that. Yeah, a little bit lower than level. Then we're gonna go to frame 8. So this is gonna be sort of the low point, right? And then at 11, it's going to be sort of the burst of energy. No, 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 no. Not quite. So it's gonna come down, and then a little bit after is gonna be the high point. And then we'll copy the value from frame 1 and apply it to frame 15. Let's bring that back down a little bit. And then let's just copy the sequence. Go to frame 30 and copy that in. Alright, what does that look like? I don't like how much we have lost the physics of the hair. I don't know why it's not behaving like it was before, but that bothers me a lot. Okay. So the IK doesn't seem to be working. It doesn't seem to be getting us the effect that we want. So I know I said there was one piece missing, but I think there's actually kind of two. One, I think the head is definitely not doing what we want it to do. And I really wish we could use the IK, but if the IK is not going to get us the physics that we want, then it's not going to work, you know? I'm just kind of wondering if there's something that we could be doing. Anyway, let's go ahead and try using the FK and see if that just does better. I mean, not really. Okay, it's a little bit better. It still feels stiff, and I really wish I understood why we were getting such a response from the physics before, and now it seems so muted by comparison. Stop. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, as it comes down, like this should be the lowest point. Let's just sort of sit there, and then it should swing upwards through here. Yeah, it seems like this actually needs to go like this, and then you would need to go more like that. I don't know where this one's coming from. Okay, almost. It's just too jerky. Which my response is to make it more exaggerated, but okay, that's a bit better. Still wish I knew where the frick our physics went, but maybe the sim just turned off? I don't know. Hmm. Okay, I think that's better. I think the other thing that we're kind of missing, and I wish there was like a easier way to sort of do this. Let's see, what do I have in the global control? So we've got legs, arms, necks. Yeah, so we don't really have like a spine IK, which would be really nice to have here. But I kind of feel like she could be moved. Her body feels very forward continually. I'm wondering if it would help to sort of have which one is it gonna be? Okay, so they do spiral, actually, which is nice. I appreciate that. Because I was gonna be really annoyed if I had to like carefully regulate the movement of each one against each other. But I think we can sort of roll her torso a bit more through the motions. Right, so like it's a bit more level here. With the right frame? No. So like right here, it should be more even. And then over here. Yeah, you see how she's kind of like twisting in a weird way? Let's exaggerate. Let's get that more lined up, I think. Get that where we want it to sit. That feels a bit better. And then let's just grab 2 and 3 here. Because they're kind of getting a little carried away. Or rather, they're not moving as much as we want them to. We're just going to grab 4 and 5 and sort of bring them back a bit to sort of get everything more in alignment. We'll go out to 23. Very nice and level again. In some ways, it feels better. I think what feels off to it right now is it feels like it is sort of jerking through the motions rather than falling through the motions. Let's try one thing. See if we can get it to be a bit cleaner. So we'll go to 8. That should be pretty level. And then back here, we're gonna sort of rotate the torso a bit more. I think I had it rotating the wrong way. And we step through. Yeah, and see, it's very level at this point. So let's go ahead and like rotate that way out. You know, it's about 30 degrees on one end. So let's try and get that about the same on the other side. Sort of exaggerate the motion a bit more. Maybe sort of bring this back so she's not tilting quite so far in either direction. We can sort of double check. Yeah, she's kind of capsizing. Let's roll her back that way. Yeah, and that graph is kind of going all over the freaking place. What is happening there? Yeah, so like going through here makes sense that it sort of pitches that way, you know, gives a little bit of room for that leg. I don't think there's a reason for this one to happen. So it kind of goes like that, and then, yeah, sort of goes back that way a little bit. Let's just kind of level these out. Okay, so now the hips are kind of doing a more dynamic motion. But like the torso isn't following that, which looks strange. If anything, I think a lot of it is that sort of in the extremity of it, the torso, the shoulders aren't moving enough to sort of counterbalance the movement of the hips, right? Like when you walk, you put your left leg forward and you put your right arm forward, and they're kind of working to lever back and forth between the two and maintain a balance through equal and opposite actions. And we're not getting that. So the end result is like the hips are doing this big old sort of sachet, and the torso is not. And also the head is like jerking off to the side for some reason. I think as she's like stepping to the side, it's jerking the head. Why is it doing that? Give me 1 second. I'm starting to suspect there might be something wrong in the rig still. Alright, so now we change the parent from spine to spine 5. What does that make you do? No, you're still doing it. Okay. Well, we can try setting it to body offset and see if you're happier with that. Unless you won't let me. Try chest. Neck 1, neck 2, and then head. Yeah, so next start bone, should it be spine 5? We could try and see what that looks like. Go ahead and compile that and see if it's nope, change that back. That breaks everything. I'm not gonna show you guys because it's horrific. You know what? I'll show you guys. It's not good. It's not good. It breaks a lot of things. That's like a Silent Hill enemy or something. Alright, thankfully, it's a non-destructive process. So we're right back to where we were. We still have that head jerking, but our character isn't permanently damaged. The remake of Silent Hill, the game? Because there was a Silent Hill 2 remake that came out last year. Are they remaking the original game? Interesting. Okay. Well, I guess 2 went so well, they're like, yeah, let's do the other one that people liked. I can't remember if people liked 3 or not. Unfortunately, none of these seem to be fixing that jerking situation, so I don't think it's a parenting problem. I think it's a problem of there shouldn't be physics controlling the head. I guess something is just like pulling it around. Yeah, so the clavicles wouldn't control it. But if the spine is doing something fucky, then maybe? Unless it's in the chest. Where's chest? No, that wasn't it. Could be. Okay, so it wasn't those. Excuse me. Neck. Neck. No. Hmm. Check one more thing in the rig. Line 5. Line 5. Spine. And bonus spine 5. We got the pelvis bone, starting 1. Parent control is going to be the let's try body offset. See if that does anything. Probably not. No. Like, we're still seeing it, right? It's very evidently there. So now we get into that sort of awkward moment of, okay, so it's like right through here, seems like. Okay, I see it. I see something. Okay, so you're fine. What I'm seeing is As she goes up, you notice the right shoulder goes kind of high. And then it kind of like comes back. Like it looks like the body is sort of skewing off to the side. And then it's like snapping back to position. Go ahead and get rid of all these because you shouldn't even have any location data outside of your starting position of 0. So I'm wondering if that's causing issues. Okay. Didn't quite solve it. Okay, good level, good level. Hmm. The clavicles don't have anything going on. And yet I see it happening, right? Like the torso is sort of twisting off somewhere. Oops, tangent control. Global root, body offset, the body control. Like, I suppose this could be doing it. I think it's this. Yeah, so it goes high there, and then it goes high there. And then the rotation. Oh. Yeah, see, the rotation is like really sharp here. Well, except that it's down here, so that shouldn't be a problem. We can smooth that out a little bit. Itch? No. Okay, scale's consistent at least. Well, it seems to have gotten rid of the, like, jerking to the side at least. There's still that sort of, like, up kick to the right or to her left. But it's not as bad as it was. Okay, so let's grab our spine controls. We'll go down to like 3. Sorry, we can go back to the beginning. Sort of roll this a bit more forward like that. Sorry, do the same thing where we take this arm and sort of have it drag a bit more limply. Yeah, the hips might still be moving a bit too much. It's looking a little exaggerated, like a little too much perhaps. Maybe. I don't know. I kind of like the extremity of it. It just feels like we gotta find that balancing point. It doesn't feel the same. I don't think. Like I'm sort of going back and forth between the two. You know, I'm looking at it in Clip Studio, I'm looking at it in Unreal. And something about it just feels off. Okay, let's stop the animation and see if we can sort of look at it frame by frame and see where it's not lining up. No, don't move the whole fucking thing. Okay. And then 2 would be around frame 4. Yeah, that seems fine. Frame 3 could be right there. Yeah. Frame 4 is going to be 11. Pull this back a bit. Maybe loosen that up just a little. What seems to be struggling to stay on the ground here. Maybe curl that down slightly. Relax it. There we go. No. Son of a beasting. Alright. There we go. Right, and then frame 5 is going to be on 15. What the fuck is that arm doing? All in the... Yeah, how did you get like that? Why are you like this? Like, that seems fine. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Like, that's good. And then it, like... It gets extremely confused. Alright. Just gotta clean it up one more time. Get that hyperextension right there. Just gotta relax it again. Back just a hair. Sort of the same problem, right? Sort of seems to loiter for a bit before it goes. Oh, it crashed. So I don't know how much it saved. Okay. Well, let's pull it back up and see where we're at. That's a sour note to end on. It really is, and we're not even into the level of complexity of like working with the fingers or working with the faces or any of that, right? We're just figuring out macro movements. So that's very annoying. Okay. Come on. Piece of shit. Okay, welcome back. Yeah, I hadn't thought to save in a while. The good news is a fair amount of it seems to be in a half decent state. The head's back to doing kind of a weird thing. But a lot of it doesn't look too bad. Yeah, I think we lost a lot of the adjustments to the shoulders and the head. So we're gonna need to revisit those. But the legs don't look too bad. They're a little too snappy. A little bit. So this is a really interesting balance to strike. Because part of what I want is like I was saying, I don't want it to be a smooth roll through the walk animation, right? Just a nice fluid A to B. I want it to sort of have that feeling of like falling into each step, right? Which is what walking is. But I think as you get more tired, as you get more lethargic, that sort of exaggerates, right? That you start to get more of that just kind of like da-dun, da-dun, da-dun movement. So I don't want to get rid of the snapping entirely, because the snapping is what gives that feeling of like that sort of fall and then the catch. But right now I think the problem is that the joint is popping a little too hard, and so it looks weird. Right there. It's just, well, and that's unfortunate because that's like right outside of where we can control it. Well, I'm glad she looks tired, because that's a lot of what I'm aiming for, right? Yeah, it's a little hyperextended. So we just need to come in and just relax it ever so slightly. I think it'll be okay. Unfortunately, right now it's already copying the base position. So if we, I think, don't move it up, we want to move it back slightly, like that much. Okay, I think the other thing possibly to do, yeah, let's just move this leg a little bit farther forward at frame 26, so that it's not traveling quite as far to get to where it needs by frame 30. I think it's a little bit too rapid. Yeah, I think the cycling's a little bit broken. It seems almost good on some cycles, and then it seems a little bit off in others. It's very weird. That's a bit better. Alright, I'm gonna say that unfortunately we do need to call it a night, so we lost a little bit of work at the end there. But given sort of how this has gone so far, I kind of feel like we'll do it better next time anyway. So I'm not gonna overly stress it. I think this has been a really good practice. I do think it's better. I wouldn't say it's necessarily cleaner, but I do think we're getting something that's a little bit more expressive, which is good. Okay, I want to try one thing really quickly. I know we need to wrap things up, but I want to just test something. I want to take this. Not that one. Yeah. No. God damn it. Which one is it? That one. We're gonna go out to frame 30. We're gonna move her like yay far. Okay, so there's some issues with the feet sliding. We definitely need to go in and check that the feet are planted and that she is planted on the ground, because it seems like there's a little bit of a disconnect going on there. But the actual movement of her character, when she's not just sort of like stepping in place, it actually kind of works. Like, in a not terrible way. Okay. I'll end on that good note. Sure. So that's interesting. But I think we'll do, because like I said before, I think it makes sense, right, for us to learn our lessons, take the punches, and just work on this one straightforward animation, right? Simple walk cycle. Figure things out here and figure out a good workflow here rather than start working on a bunch of other animations, run cycles, jumps, interacts, whatever, and sort of hit the same pitfalls and road bumps multiple times trying to execute those, right? It's like, let's just keep it simple, keep it on a single target, and work on getting this one feeling good. Not necessarily great, but just like, yeah, that works. And then we can start expanding out. We might also, just to sort of keep things from getting too monotonous, do a little bit more of our like storyboarding next time, because I think it helped a lot to do the even like 5-step walk cycle in Clip Studio. So we might do a similar thing for, you know, moving while holding the book or dragging the book, the run cycle, you know, just one of the other animations that we're gonna do, right? Just to sort of keep things lively, and not just sit here and as I've warned you guys, game development is a lot of adjusting numbers and pushing sliders and minute changes, right? Just trying to get it just so. So hopefully it's still interesting, right? But I appreciate everyone being here. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad, and we're gonna find somebody that we can read. Let's see who's around tonight.